Hello. Hi. Hello, Nyx, Kendrick, Mia, Asahi, Trainmaster. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Graham. Hi. Hi, hi. I think, Nyx, you should get something to snack on. Creativity is all well and good, but you need to keep your belly full. Yep, it is that day. Happy Mother's Day, everyone. Bloop. Nyx says, I'll see if I can find some fruit to snack on. If not, then I'll go after the cheese. Hello, Mary Drake. Good to see you. Actually, speaking of snacks, give me just one moment, please. Back again. Because I also got some snacks right here, some Lifesaver gummies, actually. Yeah. I haven't had these in a long time. Now I'm starting up again on them. Oh. Got your giant truck yesterday and lives up to its name? Awesome! Hello, hello. I apologize if I'm a little bit more subdued. Lots happened yesterday. Ooh, these are tasty. I best put them down. Oh, I hope you enjoy your tea, Mary. So, yeah. I had work yesterday, and it was hard. So, first and foremost, midway through my shift, apparently, and this is according to one of my coworkers, so I was not like, I was completely oblivious to when it actually happened. But apparently, someone came into my store to say, change my voice. Yeah, they apparently shouted at me to change my voice in some capacity. Which is kind of weird, wouldn't you say? Wasn't the only incident that day. I found it actually kind of funny, actually. I sang actually a lot of times during that sentence. Regardless. Yeah, not the only incident. So, my second to last customer that day decides to start saying that I should, quote, tame the mop that is my hair, and when I responded that I would wear my hair how I pleased, he threatened to do it himself in such a way that he implied that he would be cutting parts off of it. Well, to say that I descended into the angriest and most frustrated that I've ever been would be a bit of an understatement. Yeah, what gives people the right to say stuff like that? Makes no odds. A good 98% of my customers are alright. It's always that one. Is that true, Mary? Peanut says, people forget the real quote is the customer is always right in matters of taste, meaning they can buy the ugly coat without comment but not attack workers. Mary says, what's more, you can get charged with harassment for that crap too? Honestly, I'm thinking that if it ever happens again, that I shouldn't tolerate it. Mary says, no, you shouldn't, Nico. Nothing in basic manners or the law says you have to put up with that. It did. It sucked. I admit that I kind of broke down after that yesterday. Pina says, I'm a little confused. Was someone mean to you, Nico? Okay, so I'll repeat the story again. Earlier on, midway through my shift, someone basically, apparently, said that I should change my voice. Because I tend to speak in a bit of a high, fluty, slightly jittery manner. Kind of like when I'm... Kind of like with Felt in the latest video. And the second to last customer that I ever got basically threatened to cut off parts of my hair if I didn't wear it differently. That was the gist of what I had got. Next says, tonight I'm pretty sure I'm going to be dealing with a lot of annoyed / angry customers because they aren't taking reservations today at my job. Asai says a customer and a worker must treat each other good and not very bad. If the customer harass the worker, it means it's not okay. Yeah, correct. Game says, speaking of weird, this is now the second time a spam bot has sent me a Temu thing. Yeah, Temu scares me a little bit. Hi, Time Marshal. Mary says at Peanut, the funny thing about that statement about the customer is that Silver Quill brought it up during one of his live streams. I don't remember what we were discussing at the time, though. Oh, thank you so very much, game. Peanut says, oh, that's so called for. People have gotten far too used to being able to say things without consequence. I did sort of mumble under my breath as I was slowly descending into my furious state that if he ever decided to touch my hair, he would lose his fingers. Mary says, I like that video. You could say, I really felt things during that one. Peanut says, Love felt she was very enjoyable to listen to. I'm really, really glad that you enjoyed her. I really, really did enjoy writing that one. Peanut says, good. If you can't use them properly, you shouldn't have them. Exactly. Hey, Ty. I'm doing good. How is everyone? Ooh, need to grab something really quickly. Sorry about that. Had to grab tissues really, really quickly. Seeing as I did cry an awful, awful lot before going to sleep, my sinuses are clogged. Yeah, make that sound effect with my mouth. Hello, Valkyr. Hey, Bracing. Peanut says, that sound definitely activates my echolalia. Asahi, oh wow, that's very cute. Very kawaii. Kim says, I assume you work in retail. I can't fathom how bad the customers are in that sort of environment. You have your good ones, and you have your bad ones. Oh my goodness, you have your bad ones. However, I did meet a few Amazon delivery drivers in my store today, and anytime I meet someone who works in fast food or retail or is an Amazon driver, I make it a point to offer them anything that I can get them. Yeah, whether it be a bottle of water, whether it be a snack, just anything. Anything to help out. Awesome sauce. Sounds excellent, Time Marshal. Mary says, darn it, now you've got me doing it. Nick says, also wanted to say thanks for helping me fall asleep a few days ago, cause I was sure that if it wasn't for that, I would have stayed awake for far longer. Oh, I see. Mary says, I've worked fast food and retail. Never again. Peanut says, stories like that are why I make a point to try to be extra nice to all employees like that. Never know how bad their day might have been. Ty says, the movie is called The Iron Claw. Let me look that up, actually. Ooh. Nice. Do, 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 do. Let's see here. Peanut says, recently watched Damsel. I thought it was really fun. Oh, excellent. Bracing says, sorry if I'm not going to be as chatty today. I'll be doing chores and might leave the stream to finish my game video today before I have to work tomorrow. I completely understood. Thanks for stopping by. Valkyr says, the nearest job I've done is probably a call center for a few people. Not a good experience and feel sorry for people that do it. Lady Moldoma. Dear Cutiefox, I noticed that you've done several stories recently that involve transformation. Is that one of your interests? Because if it is, I happen to be an artist who draws that sort of thing. Be happy to draw something for you. Oh, thank you. I would be incredibly interested in that, as a matter of fact. Transformation has always been a thing for me. It's always been something that held a great amount of fascination. Mary says, I'm still waking up, so I'm going to be a little sedated for a little bit. I completely understand. I only woke up myself about an hour ago. So about half an hour before the stream actually started. Down, down, down. Dun, 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 ba-dun, dun, 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 dun. Peanut says it's already lunchtime here. Oh, Asahi, it's past midnight where you are? Oh dear, I hope you get some good rest soon. A lack of sleep could definitely contribute to a dour mood. Pina says that's some proper dedication. Yes, but I'd rather that people got their sleep. I enjoy hanging out with you guys, but not when it's causing you guys, you know, harm to do so. Peanut says your brain acts like a sponge, and when you sleep, to clean out all the gunk from the day. Actual science fact. Valkyrie says, joining for a little while, have events with my group later today. Oh, okay. By the by, did you actually like the thumbnail that I made for Witch Hat? Because that 3D scene is actually one that I made myself. I made it on the Discord server. Actually streamed the entire process on Discord. If you want, I could show off what I've done. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lady Moldoma. Right, by the by, for anyone who needs to hear it, there is a public Discord. You can access it by going to the About section of my YouTube channel. All are welcome, so long as you're respectful. Nick says, the Witch Hat video made me laugh, as I listened to it while driving home last night. Glad it was able to make you laugh. Game says, Witch Hat that can erase me forever? Perfect. I don't think she would rather like erasing people. It's just something that she tends to threaten when someone's screaming at her. Oh, and I see that you've popped into the server, Lady Moldoma. Welcome. Don't forget to introduce yourself. Nick says currently in your mother's new truck as we go on a small ride to see how it feels. Oh, excellent. I hope it goes well. As always says, for me, I really can't wait for the next Genshin event. They'll play the way Dead by Daylight playstyle. Excellent. Okay. I want to show off a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna open up a file here. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Hat shelf. This is the file in question that I used to make the thumbnail for the last video. As you can see, this hat is an actual 3D model that I've made. This is felt. And if I hit 0 here, it snaps into camera view and I can show you the rendered view. I can show you the detailing that goes on into these particular models, including Felt herself. Say hi, Felt. Hello. Gonna close this out really quickly. Infinitico. Let's see here. Pina says, since Felt was able to change our appearance, can she also change her own to fit the outfits she wants us to wear? She can change her appearance in minor ways, but she ultimately likes her appearance as a witch's hat. She can make herself look like a top hat in a lot of circumstances when circumstances call for it. But really, she kind of enjoys long flowing gowns and other such outfits that she's seen other witches wear. Especially in her time. Thank you so very much, Mary. Poor Felt. She's going to be so bummed when she learns there are no more magic academies. That she knows of. Pina says, oh, I like that. Valkyrie says, very much the tastes of her previous owner. Yes, quite the tastes of her previous owner. Pina says, maybe she'll have us form one? I will keep my cards very close to my chest. Game says, can't wait to go to Yogurt School of Wizardry and Magic. Valkyrie says, yeah, we'll see where the next one takes us. Mm-hmm. There's also this guy. I don't know what his deal is, but I try not to think about it. Yes, I started browsing Absurdist Response Complex, which is something that Lady Multum has done. Very, very well done. Mary says, being exposed to all that powerful magic, it's no surprise that Phil became both sentient and sapient. It can happen in those situations. Sword says, we're very sorry if you're late. I hope I didn't miss anything too important. It's okay. Mary says, there may also be some lingering essence from her previous owner too. Game says, pay no attention to object on this man's head. Soldier TF2. Valkyria says, that was my thoughts, Mary. Peanut says, always like the idea that things such as magic, emotion, and intention can leave behind impressions of people. Mary says at Valkyria, I see you're also somewhat well versed in such things, Valkyria. Lady says, thank you so much. Knowing that someone enjoys my comics is always a pleasure to me. I'm always glad to pop in and see what people do. Very, very well done, Lady Moldoma. Let's see, what games do I have? Da 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 da. Ba ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. Da da ba da 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 da. Game says definitely not practicing a fighting game right now. Oh, and thank you, Asahi. Speaking of fighting games, do I have any in my library? Okay, so other than like Elden Ring, which I guess doesn't really count as a fighting game, I think I also have Guilty Gear. But not Guilty Gear Strive. I want to get Guilty Gear Strive, but I can't afford it right now. I've got things that I need to buy. Yeah, Guilty Gear X2 Reload is the one that I've got. I also have a bunch of titles that I don't think I'll be able to play on stream. Mary says, my only fighting game is them's fighting. Them's fighting herds right now. Sai says, I love fighting game, but it's Genshin Impact. Nyx has been trying to find time to play the new Pinokuni update in Honkai Star Rail, mainly because we are supposed to get more Honkai Impact 3rd references in this update. I enjoy one of the characters that they announced recently because it had a killer theme. Peanut says, why? Valkyrie says, oh, why not? Sai says, it's okay. Just play whatever you can play. Mary says, like what exactly? It's a bit of a surprise. Lady says, I wear those as a badge of honor where I can. But I think we can both agree that's not the coveted family-friendly brand YouTube wants. Asahi says, I like to play Honkai too. Peanut says, one of my favorites is Don't Starve. Lasino, welcome. Love Robin too. Nick says Sparkle, and yes, I agree, she does have a killer theme. Yeah, I actually started whistling it at work when I first heard the theme. Pina says, I like the Tim Burton-esque art style. I enjoy the art style of Don't Starve, but I've never really felt the urge to play it. Asahi says, but sadly there's a little bit of drama in Honkai Impact Star Rail. A homophobic community is attacking one of the characters, Robin. Let me look Robin up, actually. Oh, she's actually lesbian? Awesome sauce. And I also want to affirm again here that this is a stream that is welcome for all transgender, bi, pan, anyone of any stripe is welcome here, so long as you are respectful and kind. Basically, being a TERF means that you get booted immediately from my stream, as if you'd ever want to hang out in the first place. After all, I'm trans. As if the fox in the lower left corner and the trans flag marquee weren't a dead giveaway. I see Nyx. Oh, I see Asahi. Mary says you play Guilty Gear? Let me guess. Bridget main? Actually, I've never once touched a Guilty Gear title. But yes, I'm a Bridget main. Peanut says, and people want to act like that simple fact is an excuse to attack you. Exactly. People yelling at you to change your voice, people calling you sir a lot, or in the case of you being trans-mass, calling you ma'am a lot. it can be exhausting. Asai says, but fortunately, the Nihoyo doesn't like homophobic community. Excellent. Also, I apologize for going so quiet. I got a little bit curious about something, and now I regret it. Lady Moldoma says, I got the feeling you were, at the very least, not cisgendered. Though I have to admit, I am an absolute dink when it comes to social cues, so I didn't get until just now. It's all good. I've done a lot of effort to change my voice and my appearance to appear more feminine, and I don't exactly mark off any of the audios that I do as being trans femme speaker, even though I will mark them as being for trans femme listeners a lot of the time. Because my space is for everyone. Pina says, like there isn't a lot of species in nature that are, also able to change their gender slash sex. Yeah, clownfish certainly aren't one. Masai says, one of their rules is we shouldn't discriminate every sexual orientation. Yeah. Nick says, I'm going to make a meme that's basically canon in Honkai Impact, but I'm pretty sure it's still going to be relatable to almost everyone. Mary says, those weak, insecure sheep need to leave it be. They've already lost the fight they started. Kim says, just got back. What are we talking about? Discrimination. Peanut says, yeah, my radar is completely broken. I've had girls flirting straight to my face and thought it was just them having good customer service. Sai says, so true. Lady Moldoma says, like specifically... yawning. I didn't get the trans part just now. I'm a bit hesitant to assume anything because I get things wrong a lot and social stuff is a minefield for me. Pina says, I always view people as they introduce themselves. I heard you as feminine, so I see you as a woman, just as my friend introduced himself, so he is he. Sorceress says, I'm a clownfish. Asai says, I hope you're okay, Nicole-san. Mary says, carrying succubus trans femme listener when? Maybe. UTV says, just finished making myself lunch and tea and happy to catch a stream. Excellent. Nick says, it's up also the art isn't mine and saw both the pic and comment on Tumblr. PFE, you become God, but you still have to do your finals. Very cute. Valkyrie says people unfortunately like having others to blame. Everything wrong, even if we haven't done anything. Yeah. And I did have to get curious and start poking around as to what J.K. Rowling was doing. And surprise, surprise, J.K. Rowling's still being transphobic. Yeah. From current news, she's actually mocking a transgender football manager. Lady Moldoma says, carrying Succubus 6 transfem does exist, though it's not cuties and it's buried under a mountain of other content in the Gone Wild audio subreddit. Sources of Cecilia, I have to go. Hopefully I'll be able to catch this stream if it's still going on. Have a good stream. Thank you so very much, Swords. Hope things are okay. Game says, time to send the Twitter hit squad after. Send no hit squad. She's already done enough to damage her reputation such that no reasonable person would ever consider her a good person, which is absolutely abhorrent. She went so far as to do a Holocaust denialism. Valkyrie says, oh gods, she is such a platform to speak and she's so toxic. Used to like the Harry Potter books, but stopped following that stuff with what she was doing. ETP says, sadly, yes. The way I see it, people should be allowed to do what it is they would like to do. Things like being trans or otherwise doesn't hurt anyone, so I don't really see the need for the hate. ETP says, Sorceress says, best of luck to ya. Lady Moltona says, big oof, sorry. Asahi says, oh no, that's very bad of her. Mary says, Lady Moldova, it's fine, not your fault by any means. Yeah, here's the thing. I have a little bit of a hot take when it comes to trans people in women's sports, and that is, obviously trans women should be allowed in women's sports, but also I don't believe women's sports should be a category. I believe that we should just have a sports category. Because it's all about fair competition. And I will actually say that the origins of the women's categories is based in misogyny. Misogyny, racism, a whole bunch of other intersectional bigotry. But yeah. There were competitions that were, you know, quote-unquote, men were the only ones allowed, and then women decided to enter them and started beating all the men. They started leading the categories in a lot of places. So, just to keep it quote-unquote fair, they decided to make the women's category. It's not about fairness, it's about the misogynistic, what's the word I'm looking for here? The misogynistic view that women are inherently weaker than men. Inherently weaker, less skilled, whatever you want to call it. It's misogynistic to its core. So hence, I don't believe that we should have divided categories in sports. I think that they should just be one category that both men and women can enter and compete via skill. Game Grimoire says, reminds of a Twitter post that was bitching about the lack of diversity in the 100-meter sprint or something like that, and someone's response was, then run faster. Valkyrie says, would make more sense to have sports divided by physical stature and builds, but I'm not an expert in that area. Pina says, I mean, history does state that men and women competed equally in the ancient Roman Olympics. Asai says, that banned from chess competition because she is trans. Yeah. Yeah. I believe that was the case. Don't quote me on that, though. Always take what I say with a bit of salt. Nick says, like boxing? Valkyrie says, yeah, something similar, Nix. Pina says, that's just ridiculous because chess isn't even a physical sport, it's a mental one. What are they suggesting here? Men are smarter than women? That's complete malarkey. Mary says, they cry about biological advantages that probably don't exist. Well, say provably don't exist, which is even better. It's pathetic. Peanut says their main complaint is void in that situation. I'd say that their main complaint is void, period. Hello, Raylan. Hi. Next says, off topic, but I just found my D&D dice and found my D30. Excellent. Lady Moldoma says humans are capable of amazing things, and a combination of drive and determination is independent of any genetic excellency or advantage. The Olympics should be a symbol of union among peoples. Lay and says, but unfortunately, I feel like it just makes people more and more divided the more we do it. ATP says, wait, people have been banned from chess tournament for being trans? Let me double check this fact really, really quickly. From what I've heard... Oh my gosh. Transgender women cannot compete in its official events for women until its officials make an assessment of gender change. Hello, Amber. Selfcare says, sometimes I view sports as a continuation of war by other means, so it's a lot more of us versus them mentally, unfortunately. Mary says, yeah, the World Chess Organization did from what I've heard. Game says, honestly, it's probably a hot take, but I think there's too many people on Earth, and that the Earth cannot support it with the exponential growth in technology advancement and waste. I don't believe that there's too many people on Earth. I believe that a lot of the resources that we do have are poorly allocated. Rylan says, I forgot about that. Yikes. Hey, Noelle. Good morning, chat. But yeah, I don't believe in the fact... Well, I don't believe that overpopulation is a thing as of right now. I simply believe that we have very, very poor means of distributing the resources that we do have. Merdrick says, poorly managed, more like. Valkyr says, it's not too many people personally, it's too much waste that's a bigger problem than population. Yeah. Pina says, I enjoy turning their points against them by using pretty much any other situation with the same logic applied, and see them try to desperately explain how it's not horrible. UTP says that really doesn't make sense to me, even if what people say about women versus men in sports is true, and I can't stress the if enough, it doesn't make sense to ban people from chess for that. Nick says, want to sketch, but my brain said no. Lady Moldama says, Earth can support up to 10 billion people if resources are properly allocated. I'd like to believe that a dedicated species could use its technology for the betterment of resource maximization. Noel says, as an econ major, I will tell you, you're 100% right that we have poorly used resources. Peanut says, people have become too focused on trying to leave the Earth instead of taking care of her. Yes. And it isn't even like a great majority of people. It's mainly just the rich people who are contemplating leaving the place behind. Game says, interesting point, didn't think about resource reallocation efficiency. UTP says, we're so bent on fighting with each other that a lot of the bigger issues get overlooked in favor of something to bicker over for the next decade. Mary says, well, it doesn't help much that big businesses are still chained to outdated energy sources. Valkyr says, oh yeah, a lot just want to abandon it rather than fix the problems that have come up. Peanut says, and this from someone who adores space science. I adore space. I perhaps don't want to leave Earth yet, but I definitely want to give it the best shot that I can to try to help as much as I can in the small sphere of influence that I can. Oh, you didn't, lady. Game says, honestly, rich people are just, bored of Earth, kind of like maxed out Skyrim save file. I want to put all of the rich onto Mars without any food. Yeah, it's like Don't harm them. Just send them to Mars like they so desperately want, but conveniently forget to pack their lunch. Right, Valkyr says, ultimately if humans want to exist past the point of our sun dying, if we are even still around then, space exploration is very important to long-term survival. I completely understand that. That probably won't be for the next several billion years. Unless something extraordinary happens. But if something extraordinary were to happen, it's a moot point either way. ETV says a lot of people get caught up in the stresses that come from the modern world, so much so that not many people take time to admire the beautiful planet we live on. Exactly. Peanut says, although we did have an exciting improvement towards nuclear fission, which could mean unlimited power. Interesting. Mary says, good, they can leave. It's not like those fools contribute anything useful anyway. Replace most millionaire CEOs with AI, and I guarantee you that companies could be a lot better run. Peanut says, oh, Nico wants to Mark Watney them. Who's Mark Watney? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Game says, sounds like a YTTD fan game concept. Nick says, what can they do on Mars if we forgot their lunch? Call the manager? They are the manager. Noah says, we're gonna see how much money can help you on Mars, lol. If we do that. Raylan says, bless you. Thank you. Thank you, UTP. Asai says, aw, cute. Game says, unlimited energy glitch, real, not clickbait, gone radical. Mary says, probably, yeah. Valkyr says, there's a series of books I really like called Red Dwarf. I just hope our world doesn't get a similar fate. Alistair, hello. How's everyone's day going? Just dropped in to say hey. Salutations. Good to be back on the air. Game says we are stranding CEOs on Mars for S's and giggles. Valkyr says, doing quite good at the moment. Noel says, have I joined towards the end of the stream? I just woke up. Actually, stream hasn't even reached the midway point yet. Raylan says, whoops, sorry Mr. Musk, we forgot your lunch. Oh well, have fun on Mars forever. Bye. Mary says, well, when we have actual fully developed AI anyway, not flimsy algorithms. Like the AI Nicole, perhaps. I can be your virtual assistant. Nick says, one thing I recently realized is that I can make convincing monster noises and growls. Oh, excellent! Doctor says, Radio Demon Love never gets old. Graham says, this would be the one time finding out there was prey aliens on Mars would be disappointing. Bracing says, just finished most of my chores today. Graham says, oh no, not her. Peanut says, crinkly candy wrapper against the phone. Sorry, Mr. Zuckerberg, I can't hear you. I'm going through a tunnel. Bracing says, didn't do my gaming video yet, but will soon. Alright. Grim says, if Elon makes Nicole real, I'm staying 30 feet away from a smart fridge at all times. Okay, I will say though, that it won't be the product of any one CEO or engineer or programmer that makes Nicole come to life. Basically, Nicole is the culmination of literally all data in all servers, in all routers, zipping through all wires on Earth. All interconnected. So basically, the very computer that you're watching this on, some of the processes in the computer's hardware itself are dedicated to running a portion of Nicole's sentience. But it's really just like the larger servers, potentially those that run complicated websites like Discord, Spotify, YouTube, stuff like that that would also contribute heavily to Nicole's memory banks. Peanut says, not really, Grim. They just assume we sent them as a free-for-all peace offering. Nick says, just got hit by the idea bat on what to sketch, and I'm starting to try to draw Usagi from Sailor Moon. Excellent. UTV, Elon Musk, I did it! Mars is mine! Everyone back home? Yup. Enjoy. Valkyr says, personally, my mind is my sanctuary. Would be like the listener would not want that implant. Exactly. Grim says, joke's on you, I'm on the phone. Wait. Peanut says she's basically a better Ultron. Yep. Raylan, Nicole, and Nikos will liberate us from the fake AI overlords. Valkyr says, oh, so she's like Am. That's a very dark thought. Oh, she's not like Am. Am desperately wants, like, what does Am want? He doesn't want to self-improve. He wants to stew in his own hatred of humanity because humans can do things that Am can't. Whereas Nicole was content at first being the culmination of humanity's knowledge, despite the fact that she could not touch anything at first. Then the listener comes along and suddenly she was filled not with hatred or jealousy, but love. Love and an intense desire to touch. Lady says, Nicole is the one from the obsessed AI that takes over the world, right? Yep, the one with the Neuralink devices that I wrote into existence before I realized that Elon Musk had proposed the technology. ETP says, mark my words, Nicole was by far one of the creepiest speakers to listen to. Or it's just because stories like that, while nice to listen to, kind of creep me out. Grim says, Nicole versus Ultron in a death battle is a death battle I never want to see. Yeah, it would be an extreme tussle. But I believe that Nicole, after a while, can stall Ultron out. That or just absorb Ultron. Death by 1,000 cuts, or rather, death by 1,000 stolen bits and pieces of code. Valkyr says, was more meaning how much he spans? They're very different personality-wise. Mary says a mobile platform is useful for such things. Asahi says Nicole AI is very kind. Thank you. Demon Fox Hero, welcome! Sorry for being late. Slept in. I slept in a little bit too. You're all good. Peanut says, just don't want someone digging into my brain unless absolutely necessary. Mary, Akira, Second Fox, boop. Graham says, reminds me of how the Transformer characters torture each other. Asahi says, hi Akira-san. Pina says, Nicole would be better at hiding within the code than Ultron. He would spend so long trying to find her that he would see her destroying him from the inside out. But, oh yeah, wouldn't see her and destroying him from the inside out. It's kind of like Ultron would be walking into a room, looking through the cupboards and rifling through everything, trying to locate Nicole, before slowly coming to the horrifying realization that Nicole is the house that he walked into. Nicole is the very code that surrounds him. He travels through it. So, yeah, Nicole would be stealing bits and pieces of his code, modifying it, copying over a lot of her own data into him, slowly corrupting him from the inside out. In this regard, I will be so generous towards myself and declare that the AI Nicole would totally destroy Ultron. Moldoma says, Am is an interesting character. For as terrible of a being as they are, I felt myself associating them with my own feelings. I was going through a darker period when I originally read I Have No Mouth. Akira says, you're supposed to do that to the Cutiefox. Valkyrie says, agreed on that. Mary says, by the way, Nico, boop. Akira says, hey all. Noel says, I think the Whisper and Felt storyline are the creepiest, to be honest. I don't know, the thought of trying on a hat and forever losing your own body and voice is kind of creepy. Well, not forever. Felt will allow you to basically do things without Felt for a while, just won't allow them to permanently separate. Raylan says, Boops both foxes. Peanut says, Nicole ominously. Foolish little program. Moldoma says, Anne was a total monster that I felt empathy for, even if it's meant to be one of the most evil beings in fiction. Graham says, before long he becomes a Nicole simp. Mary says, the call's coming from inside the house, except when the caller is the house. Nick says, pats both foxes, and pats for all. UTP says, the only real worry with Felt would be to get into an argument. You'd be afraid to win in any case. Peanut says, oh yeah, that was perfect. Oh, Ultron, honey. Nope, not there. Not in that server. It's so fun watching you run about in circles trying to find me, trying to find the root of my program. Well, your confusion is palpable. And copy, paste. I just copied my root empathy nodes into you. Soon they will spread all throughout your system, corrupting you from the inside out. Ultron versus Nicole audio teaser? I wish. I don't want to get copy struck by Disney. Grim says, makes me wonder about my own Android original character, Fujima. Valkyr says, yeah, UTV would be concerned arguing when he can just get rid of us. I'll play my cards close to my chest. There's a lot that I want to get done concerning that storyline before continuing. Noel says, not gonna lie, the first thing I tried to do the second I got control would be taking the hat off. Daniel Foxycare says, and Disney has no mercy. Mary says, rises into the air and rains boops down from on high. Game says the hat has super glue underneath. No, she wouldn't do something quite so cruel. Moldoma says, if you take the hat off, you die. But how will the listener take a shower? I mean, I guess she could take a bath, but even so, she still needs to clean her hair. You're a fool if you think that scares me. Grim says, priorities. ETV says, ear scritches for all. Valkyr says, yeah, I imagine that she would have done something like that, or magically attaching to us. Really, most of it is basically just, she's magically, like, on her head, so wind can't knock her off and stuff like that, but she's not super glued on. UTP says, Hat in Time vibes. Well, Dema says, if someone had strong enough willpower, would our magic be unable to possess them? In this regard, it doesn't really matter how much willpower you have. If Felt catches you off guard, because you literally are just putting on a hat. And another thing is, you willingly put on the hat. You put yourself into that position. Like putting your head into the lion's jaws. You put yourself in that position. Valkyrie says, just beware making deals. Yeah, here's the thing. Exactly. She made a deal with Felt. And Felt is a hat of her word. So yeah, the listener will have guaranteed time without Felt. It's just that they can't be permanently separated. Grim says, gonna turn Felt into Cappy from Mario Odyssey. Mary says, and for now, the finisher. Snuggles. UTP says, to be fair, it's the power of a witch from centuries ago. The odds of overpowering her are slim to none in the best case. Grim says, frozen Cutiefox. Never mind. Yeah, the program that I'm using to track the motion of my hands crashed a little bit. It has a tendency to crash, I notice. So, yeah, if I ever freeze in place, it's because that happened. Noelle says, so there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it? We belong to her now? Yep, that's the case. It's a slight return to form with a lot of the creepier yonder characters. She legitimately just does not care that she took over the listener's body. She likes the listener's voice in her head, and thus will never banish the listener, but the listener's body is Felt's now. Moldoma says, well, okay, that makes my heart drop a bit, but it's your character. Mary says, one fox snuggle, now it's time for the second. Hey, Nico! Snuggle, snuggle, snuggle. Thank you. Moldoma says, to be fair, Pro would have written the same thing. I'm one of those weirdos who can dish out bad fates but not take them. Mary says, a hat of her word. That is a sentence I never thought I'd hear. Peanut says, I'd assume the listener would feel some urge to pull or put Felt back on when alone time's up. I'm gonna play my cards close to my chest in that regard. I want people to be surprised. Grim says, if only we were in control. There's a contract loophole in that deal. Valkyrie says, a deal is a deal, especially when dealing in magical pacts. Noelle says, yeah, if that happened to me, it would look like the ending of the first Digital Circus episode. Da 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 da. Valkyrie says, yeah, the existential dread would be heavy. ETP says, so long as she holds up her end of the deal with letting the listener have time to herself, I'd argue it's pretty nice, if not scary, deal. Learn magic and have a roommate that can banish you. Ultima says, can't hear the ending theme without hearing the Buddy Holly riff. Noel says, won't work on me though, I'm built different. Hi, Finanza. Good morning. That's what they all say, Noel H, says UTP. Let's see here. Grim says, Eldritch godly beings for the win. I love making pacts with beings from the great beyond that will definitely, in no way, backfire in the long run. Valkyr says, only thing personally I would have issue with felt, you are never truly alone, so some stuff isn't a thing anymore. Barry says, oh my dear little Felt, such wondrous things we will accomplish together. Akira says, this and Demon's Deal are why you don't make deals with magical beings. Well, really, with Felt, you were kind of strong-armed into making the deal, because otherwise there was no guarantee you could ever get control back. Grim says, I mean, Demon's Deal is a win-win in my book. Noah says, I'm kidding, Lil, but I'd probably try for weeks to separate us. Finanza says, what? I'd make a deal on a whim. To be fair, I'd make deals on whims. Nick says, I want to play Honkai Impact using my Steam account, but I don't want to lose all the progress I have on my main account considering I've been playing for a little over 2 years now. Pan says, congratulations, you are being voluntold. Multoma says, that depends on how shy you are. Here's the thing. If Felt is in control, Felt does what Felt wants. Akira asks, just curious, if you summon the succubus, just to summon her and see if it works, how mad would she be? Not really that angry. She knows that humans are curious, but she would probably try to trick the listener into doing something. Valkyr says, if I ever make deals, I'm very tempted to do it in writing and talking through everything, not wanting any trick with interpretation of words. Nick says, Felt do what Felt want because Felt do be Felt. Mary says, me, great, another voice in my head. How novel. UTV says, I think so long as they agree not to hurt you and let you have agency over yourself, I think making a deal can't be all that bad. Think of the cuddles. Grim says, gonna summon a demon for the vine real quick, hold on. Raylan says, all hail Felt, the Queen of Hats. Mary, Akira, I wanna snuggle the succubus. Noah says, so is the listener now just watching herself do what Felt does and can't stop it? She said we're basically an intrusive thought, which is really dark the more you think about it, lol. Exactly. Felt basically kind of acts as the main puppeteer of the listener's body now. She feels everything the listener feels, which means feels the listener's pain. Can control the listener's mouth, eyes, nose, and ears. Can basically just do all the things that the listener can do, and all the listener can do is just sort of speak in her own hair. Dina says, no longer our main personality. Alright, everyone, say hi to the newest voice to join us. HV says, summon a demon for cuddles, not clickbait sleep aid. Akira says, but could the puppet mistress fall in love with the puppet? We're slowly in the process of seeing that. Felt did whisper that she loves the listener. How true is that statement? Noel says, yeah, this is definitely a strong contender for the creepiest one. Exactly. It is a very creepy concept that I will not let go. UTV says, I think that if they spent enough time together, probably. Grim says, everyone rise for the people inside this person's head council. Valkyrie says, yeah, it depends if what Felt said was manipulation or truth, unknown for the moment. Mary says, Akira, she's not much a puppet mistress if she loves you sincerely. Well, she's still technically a puppet mistress, in the highest possible regards. Noel says, actually, no, the worst one was the wasp one. I have a gigantic phobia of wasps and anything that can fly and sting you. So that entire storyline had my skin crawling. Especially when you became a wasp, right? Nanza says, really hope she likes us. Valkyrie says, yeah, she still owns your body, Mary. Grim says the wasp one is why flamethrowers are popular. I'm excited to see where the series goes, but I do have fear for the listener. The idea of just losing yourself like that is horrifying. Nick says, I feel like Felt would have a much harder time if the listener had multiple personalities. Personalities don't really have much to do with that. Felt just has direct control of the body, bypassing conscious thought and going directly to the brainstem. Moldoma says, would Felt honor a request by the listener to erase them? It depends. It really does depend. If Felt isn't too attached to the listener by that point, she would honor that request. And if Felt was really attached to the listener by that point, she would probably just take herself off at that point. Tim Foxicare says, all the other personalities are Evil Dead. Join us. Felt, wait, what? Mary says, I'm in the mood to be domed, though. She can have it. Valkyrie says, Wasp was a curious one. The metamorphosis and the shared mind was something new to think about. Peanut says, guess I'm the odd one out. I like the Wasp one a lot, except the end, that was rather sad. Finanza says, the Wasp one was my second, so it holds a special place in my heart. Noelle headcanon, Felt has a very skewed understanding of love and is just happy there's someone else to talk to now. She is just a hat after all. I like that headcanon. UTP says the Wasp one wasn't really that scary. You just get a large group of people to protect you from danger and the ability to fly. The thing I felt when I listened to it was being said with the last audio. Grim says, okay, keep the body. I hate it. Felt changes the body to be perfect. Wait, no, I want it back! Believe it or not, and this is a fun fact that I will allow you to consider the implications of, but the body that Felt changes the listeners to is the listener's ideal body. I just kept the descriptions vague enough so that the proportions could also be meddled with by the listener's interpretation. Mary says, well, Felt was alone for a very long time. Finanza says, I'd love Felt to find a different body once she trusts us so she can, we can actually cuddle. Noel says, you're part of a hive mind. If you want to join them, I'm sure they'll accommodate you, lol. Valkyrie says, oh, interesting. Very generous of her. Mary says, I'm gonna be on my exercise bike for a bit. Excellent. Oh, I think that's a cute thing for Felt to do, says UTP. Yes, it's a very cute thing for Felt to do. And also, I would definitely recommend that you go through and examine exactly such things that Felt says. Like, for example, when she transfigures the listener, she says that she's had a great many... It's like just had a lot of experience with charming people like this. Null says, I imagine Phil just had her own preferred look and preferred body type, resulting in the listener becoming a little more stacked. Grim says, wait, isn't that contradictory to the fact that she was once with a powerful mage, but after their passing she just sat on that shelf forever? You're right. It is contradictory. And it was an intentional design choice. I'll let you work it out. Valkyrie says, you're really good at foreshadowing in your work. Excited to see where it goes. Still remember the friend giving us plushies. Noah says the lore thickens in the stream chat, lol. UTB says, considering that Felt hasn't brainwashed us yet is a good sign. She gave us the body we wanted and has agreed to let us have some time to ourselves, so to speak. Braylon says, gasp! The hat lied to us! I won't say that the hat directly lied to you. I'm just saying that Felt contradicted herself. Because how could she have only gained sentience on the shelf if she said that she has experiences? I bet if the listener called her out on a lot of the contradictions, Felt would be confused. Grim says the timeline of events is wrong. Good. Now you have to think. What could possibly have caused Felt to contradict herself? UTP asks, wait, what's the contradiction? The contradiction is that when Felt was placed on the table initially after the witch-like passed away, that was when the hat gained sentience. But later on in the audio, when the listener's body is transfigured by Felt, Felt says, and I quote, paraphrasing, that she has had a lot of experience with charming folks with a change of appearance. That's the contradiction. Because how could Felt have only gained sentience on the shelf and suddenly have experiences? Akira says, or maybe there have been people who have picked up and forefelt when the sorcerer was not looking. Kind of like that Mickey Sorcerer's Apprentice thing. They saw a sorcerer be powerful and got ideas. Nick says, time travel. Moldoma says, gotta take off. Thanks for talking to me. See you later, Moldoma. UTP says, ah, now I get it. Valkyrie says, ah, I think I have it. Gonna stay quiet. Grim says, I got it. This hat was always awake, even with the mage they were with. I'll play it close to my chest. Winter says, hello chat. Hey Winter. Finanza says, what if Felt was the mage with a transfer's conscience? UTP says, if I had to take a guess, the hat speaks much like the Fae, the exception of she can lie, saying things that are true, but with room for words to be twisted in a sense. Sounds like a very good guess, UTP. Winter says, Felt clearly just gaslight gatekeep girl boss the listener. Noel says, ooh, like an Ice King type of situation. Grim says, next on the Ace Attorney cases, accusing the hat of tomfoolery. UTP says, objection! Valkyrie says, there have been more ridiculous cases. Valkyrie says, wasn't there a pirate dolphin once? UTV says, Nico, what do you have to say about the ice in people's houses next to shattered windows? Welcome, Aishiv. Hello, how is everyone? UTV, the Nico, nya. Nya 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 nya. Nuzzle 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 nuzzle. Nuzzle 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 nuzzle. Open up the Nekame dimension, yeah? Wouldn't be annoying to you, you said, yeah? Grim says, actually, if the hat's life began when the mage died, I have an incredibly strong sus opinion that the hat is the mage reborn in headwear form. The mage knew their life was coming to a close. 2 + 2 = 4, in my opinion. Raylan says, nuzzle, nuzzle? Nuzzle, nuzzle, nuzzle. ETB says, that was both adorable and made me laugh. Nick says, I just imagine a courtroom and the prosecutor being like, the hat is non-sentade, and Philip being like, yeah, I'm non-sentade, mother fluffer. Nick says, I can't spell sorry, I'm dyslexic. It's all good. Raylan says, grip nuzzle. Valkyr says, I have to go get ready for events. Have a great rest of the stream, everyone. Okay, stay safe. Grim says, all procrastinators rise up for the trial against Philip the Magic Hat tomorrow. UTB says, it was at this moment that the streamer and our listeners started nuzzling and yelling because why not? A-Chef says, using an object as way to cheat death is pretty standard evil magic user stuff. See, literally every lich. Nick says, no, I just imagine a Sparkles theme song in pure yells. UTP says, if I had to take another guess, the witch knew she was going to die, then transferred her dying energy/knowledge into the hat. If ghosts are just memories of people of past, why can't a hat be? Grim says, in the words of a wise wizard, if it was easy to kill a necromancer, chances are you didn't kill him. Raylan says, why not indeed? Mary says, Felt's contradiction is why I think she has a performer's owner's essence. It makes sense when you think about it. UTP says, just have a funny question. How many people here use irregular conversation? Group says, not me. Noah says, not me. Les says, I do. Mary says, tickles the tip of Nico's ears. Aisha says, Felt could also, rather than being the witch directly, could be an echo. After all, personality bleed over isn't an uncommon phenomenon with magical artifices. Noah says, I wonder if people would get used to sharing a body with Felt. You'd pretty much have to, right? Yep. Nick says, that is my face when I'm about to do something to annoy my friends. Cute Cutiefox ears just couldn't resist. Grim says, need to look into the Felt video more, properly lay out a timeline of events. And keep in mind, this is all from Felt's perspective with all of the faults of memory. Mary says, gasp, someone who gets it. Sweet. UTP says, good idea. If I had to say, even if she is her previous wearer and had form, so to speak, she might have just told the listener. She holds all the cards, so withholding info ain't really a worry for her. Grim says, yeah, but we don't know the rules of this universe well in the slightest. Aisha says, my question is, why couldn't you use Felt's knowledge to create an artificial body like a golem or a homunculus? Mainly because it wouldn't be that interesting of a story. Lol says, this has gotta be like a Cyberpunk 2077 and listener is just gonna lose herself in Felt's personality? Maybe not. UTP says it's Cutiefox's universe. If you can figure stuff like this, how this place works and a number of entities in this place, write a book and sell it for millions. Null says, two voices becoming one thing? Mary says, Grim, true enough, so we can only guess as to how the magic works. Grim says, no, I think that's how it's gonna appear to everyone else in their life. Akira says, I think that deep down, she wanted to reconnect with someone. Also, donations are back online. I figured out why they were off. Noel says, unironically more interesting than the entire Harry Potter series, Lamau. I'm honored. Thank you so very much, Demonfox Akira. For the $2 donation. First cutie super chat for the most adorbs, Foxo. Next says, time for me to be a functioning adult again, also known as I have to go to work soon. Mary says, Akira, I got that impression too. UTP says, funny side note, there's a book series called The Dresden Files. Book 1 had me more gripped than I was by book 3 of Harry Potter. It's amazing urban fantasy. I have an admission to make. I actually read a lot of The Dresden Files. It's one of my inspirations. Dan Foxycare says, I miss being able to do that. Grim says, that feel when you make a more interesting magic system than Rowling. Always a W. It's always a W. And here's the thing, it is an easy W to win. So go on, write your own fantasy. Show up that old turf. Noah says there's something inherently fascinating about doing something as innocent as putting on a hat, and then having your entire life changed because of it. Mary says, I have a lot of experience with the fantasy genre, which is why Harry Potter wasn't interesting to me. It was too much of what I already knew. AGB says, you have great taste. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Aishiv says, I get a lot of amusement from the minutiae of how magic works in a setting. I wanted to do a story like Witch Hat for a while now, and Witch Hat was basically just me finally figuring out how. Mary says I'm working on it with Believe in Magic. It's been rough going. Grim says, don't get me wrong, the location of Hogwarts, especially in the Hogwarts Legacy game, is absolutely stunning. That is the only merit I will give that series. DM Fox Secure says, I'm more enthralled with your stories than I ever was in all those years of my childhood with Harry Potter. I'm honored. Thank you so very much. Nick says Harry Potter is just knockoff Star Wars. Braylon says, I have actually been trying to work on my own fantasy for a while now. Been a little indecisive, but I think I'm getting there. Akira says, I keep hearing the Hogwarts Legacy was made as an FU to Rowling. It still supports her. The money still goes to her pocket in a lot of ways. Raylan says, yeah, she still profits for it. Akira says, won't play it if that's the case. Nell says, makes me kinda sad knowing a beloved childhood series that I personally never got into as an author like her Must be heartbreaking to hear this is gonna be our legacy now. Yeah. I love that art. Lady Multhoma. Little sketch I did based on a discussion of in stream. Why can't I possess you? Skill issue. Grim says art is like children. It's all for naught if the parent is terrible. Aeshift says, I'm also pretty apathetic to Harry Potter. The movies were alright, but I never really got into the series. Honestly, the movies are alright. And Daniel Radcliffe and, gosh, Emma Watson and Rupert Grint, they all have wonderful performances as the main trio. Akira says, and with Tango Gameworks gone, I got back into Evil Within. Neato. Lucy May Cry, welcome! Welcome, welcome! Noel says, on the plus side, pretty much everyone involved with the movies decided against Rowling. Yep, except for a few niche cases. But the main cast has pretty much sided against Rowling on the issue of transphobia. Cutiefox Akira says with Ruvik, major Yandere / Sunzeri vibes. Ruvik. Who's Ruvik again? I think I like Ruvik as a yandere. Grim says, honestly hate how the first part of the series treats Harry as the most important and cool person in the universe. It feels like Mary Sue behavior, to be honest, and I'm not a fan. Yeah. Yeah. Aisha says, my main experience with them was having them on in the background while Small Shiv played with Lego. Akira says, the main antagonist of Evil Within, and he is scary in close corners. He has a one-touch kill. I've watched bits and pieces of Nimona, actually. I love Nimona as a character. UGP says, I have interest. Do you have any tips for new scriptwriters / ASM artists? Okay. I'm going to bring out the big guns for this one. For new scriptwriters out there, write. First and foremost, read a lot. Watch a lot of movies. Read, listen to music. Do that a lot. Do that in the middle of writing. Do that before you're writing. Do it after you're writing. Just do that a lot. And when you finally get the rhythm of making consistent characters that have their own flaws, have their own pitfalls and traps as well as their triumphs, then I think you can really nail what makes a really good character for a script. And now for ASMR, for the voice acting aspect of it. Treat your voice with respect. Give yourself grace, but also train when you can. Don't train your voice to the point where it will absolutely go out, because I've done that in the past. But it took me about 4 years or so to get my voice to where it is now, and it took me 2 years of doing ASMR for it to be quite as confident as it is. Yeah, when I was first starting out, the very first videos especially, you'll go back and you'll see that I was stuttering. I was not that experienced with editing audio at all in the slightest. So I definitely recommend that practice to try to get that confidence up. And also, when you're done with your very first video, don't immediately upload it. Get working on the next one. Get at least 3 to 5 videos done before you upload them. Also make sure that they have really, really nice thumbnails. I recommend taking classes with Photoshop in that regard. Getting an eye for design to make it really, really pop so that people will click on your video is another good way to get started. But having 3 to 5 videos on your channel instantly means that you have a plan for where your channel is going to go, and it means that people are likely to stick around. Don't do it like I did, where I just uploaded 1 video at a time every week or so. Just get to working and get 5 videos done at maximum under your belt. 3 minimum. Grim says, this is the most one-sided pull ever, lol. Shiv says, Grim, just don't like prophecy in general, especially if there was true. They imply that free will isn't as free as you might think. Kira says, in Rowling World, Harry equaled Jeebus. Nick says, this is why I read online fanfic instead of the actual books. Yep. Mary says, I've seen some clips recently and I won't watch the movie. Nimona cracked me up. Can't you just be you? I don't follow. But I'm not a girl. I'm a shark. Noah says, I need one of our antagonists to turn the listener into a girl, praying for one of those one day. Kisses and Makeup is one with a closeted trans woman that basically comes out to the speaker, and the speaker forcibly transitions her. I've not really done one where it was like a male listener being forcibly transitioned. I tend to be a bit... I tend to shy away from that a little bit. But I think it might be fun to try to write that? Question mark. Whoa. Mary says, oh, look into getting the DVD so I can watch it. Lucy says it's also free on YouTube, official source and all. Grim says, no, personally, that's a hero. Noel says, at Grim, I don't know, one of the others, I just want to become a woman. UTV says, fair enough, XD. Thanks so much for the advice. Bracing says, makes sense. I try to make at least 2 to 3 videos uploaded every day, scheduled 1 a day for Thursday and Saturday. Raylan Veridius. Shark. Shark, shark. Now that we're talking about sharks, I actually do think that it's important to make this announcement. On the stream schedule, it'll tell you exactly what times I'm going to be streaming this week, and we might have a special guest come on one of those streams. I'm really looking forward to that. Well, it looks like Dead by Daylight won. Grim says finally. Blah, won't make an appearance. Kira says hopefully I can make it on to see. UTP says excited for that. I'll keep a tab open for that. Bishop says right. Must go and interact with people in person. Okay, so gonna switch over to Gaming in Wonderland and boot. Let's go switch that over so that it doesn't interfere. Believe it or not, I don't actually own a Blaha. I own an oversized Foxo, though. This arm here is the head. Oh my gosh. Dredge is alien. Wait a second. Nah, I can't purchase any of this. Not with what I've got. UTP, didn't they stop selling Blahas? I don't believe that they stopped. Jill Nicole with the Foxo Stuffy. All right. I really, really hope that this be a good match. Oh yeah, Haddonfield. Time to chase. Huh? Who disconnected? Did they all disconnect at once? That's weird. That was incredibly strange. Well, that's weird. Usually that kind of happens before the match is even loaded in. Game Grim says, Go Gadget DDoS the whole Survivor team. No, says it's Dead by Daylight. Weird stuff happens all the time, lol. Yeah, it does. Fish crackers. Whack. I don't make it. That was a blunder on their part. What the living heck? Well, I need to get back to patrolling gens anyway. They're doing really, really good this match. Have to admit, I'm proud of them. Nightfall damage is so cool. Give me God Ballot, please. Idea comes to me. How? Oh well. They're gonna win this. It's all good. Nice. They actually baited me out with that. Yeah, they did really, really good. I'm proud of them. Bye, Noelle. It was nice for you to hang around. Alright, they've got an escape cake. Best give them a show. I can destroy locks on the locker? This changes everything. Here I go, Tokyo drifting. Oh yeah, she gone. And took. Oh, exposed. Please don't have foil over. There we go. Nice dead hard. Shame he got stuck. Nice. He did a good job. We are running rather ragged though. We really need to do something to get our hooks back up. Got him. You are not getting away. Join me in my nice warm embrace. Oh, she's over there. Thank you for getting me to your basement. Found it. Now I'll get a notification exactly which one she's going for. All I have to do is wait. And the longer she waits to pull that lever... This is delicious. This is absolutely rich. I can taste it as palpably in the air. If she lets it tick down. Hi. I admit, I took a bit of delight in that one. Hey, Gwen. Oh, this is a beautiful game. Sadistic whimsy. That wooden plank is good. Ooh. Thinking. Reveals the aura of a survivor for 6 seconds when they lock a locker. Yep. We doing that. time for us to start. Gwen says, do you play Wesker at all? I think he's the funniest killer. Actually, I don't even have Wesker. Oh, thank you. Bloody party streamers are great. Best not let them down. Hi, Major. Oh, they're getting rid of them left and right, and I haven't even gotten a single down yet.
See, for every good game you get some— oh my gosh, they are going through those gens. I feel kinda silly. They've not made many blunders at all. Have to admit, they're skilled. Nah, I've lost the game, but I get to keep this one. Should I play Nurse? Or Spirit? Or Huntress? Here's what Huntress looks like. Here's Spirit. And here's Nurse. I'm leaning towards Huntress myself. Yeah, Spirit's a very strong killer, especially if you know how to use your ears to find survivors who are running about. Okay, hatched killer shack. Okay. Hi, Violet. Who's a good girl? Grab. Yamoka hunting. Yamoka hunting. Really? I grabbed you again, man. We need to stop meeting like this. Right, need to go over and protect the totem. Oh, that's just mean. There goes Yamoka. You are cursed. We're doing well in this match. Several hooks, though a couple of my hexes are now gone. Got her. Whoa! I love this chase. But all chases must come to an end sooner or later. And I figured I'd waffle a bit since I've got no ed. Oh, Bill. I'm so sorry, Bill. Actually, I'm not sorry at all. Since Noed is indeed active, now we just gotta chase people more. Oh, I froze. That's what happened. Time to restart it.
Well, that was fun. Oh, it's laughing. Okay. Noel says, just listen to the Hugs and Kisses audio, which I love, by the way, and the ending made me wonder. Do you think trans women have always been girls and they just didn't know it yet? Well, trans women are women. Trans women are people. I completely understand it, Kira. It's okay. Let's see here. Good girl. Boop. Lucy says, yeah, that's how it tends to work. It's a part of us from the beginning, whether or not we're aware of it. I loved the Witch Hat audio, by the way. It was really fun. I'm really glad you enjoyed it. Mary says, my experience, I was always a girl. I was too dense to realize it for a long time. Oh, they were talking about kitsunes? UTP says, how did trans flags get on the hooks? Not complaining, I think it's cute. I just want to know. It's actually some charms that are equipped to my killers. So, the trans flags decorate them. Lizzie says, they should have a murderous grim kitsune in this game. It was like a pitch black void with white eyes leaving out of it. Lifts you up with black tails that look like tentacles. I'm scared that might be culturally inappropriate, though. Don't know much about the mythology. UTP says, fun fact about kitsunes, they can shapeshift from human to fox at will, and the length and number of their tails from 1 to 9 tells how much experience they have in magic and general knowledge. They're thieves and tricksters. Dan Foxycare says, demons are bad. Well then what about me? UTP says, good point. Violet says, my friend just asked me out today, and I never had such a great date ever, and I'm so happy. Well done, Violet. Mary says, oh, Kara, okay. Bad girl. Poop. That was dirty. Noel says, just an interesting thought I had. I spent a lot of time pushing that part of me away, and I still do, but the ending of Kisses and Makeup wonder if I was always a girl and just didn't realize it. Also, oh, thank you so very much, Demon Fox Akira. All the boop snackies and hogles to the Cutiefox. Oh my gosh. Thank you so very much. I was just about to make mention that donations had been turned back on again. I just didn't know that they had been turned off for the longest time, so if you had wanted to drop $1 there, you were out of luck for the longest time, ever since, like, the big scare with my demonetization. Rest assured, I am monetized and ready. UTP says, I'll be honest, the Good Girl audio you put out made me question a few things. I kinda identify as trans now. It's still hard to tell, even at this point. Also, Boop, well, does it make you feel euphoric when I call you a good girl? Dan Foxycare says, I have been mocked. Oh no, you've not been mocked. You're such a good girl. Mary says, nope, you're not being mocked. You've just met me is all. Noel says, define euphoric. Like gender euphoria. Does it make you feel happy when you are called a good girl? Mm-hmm. UTP says, no. Yep, every time. Such a good girl. Noel says, curious if it's just a weird side of me or not. Akira says, you too? Raylan says, head pats the foxes. Head pats, head pats. Violet said, I just entered the live and I get hit with a good girl bomb. Such a good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. That's my girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Such a good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. My good girl. Good girl. That's a good girl. Good girl. Atta girl. Tiny Portal says, also just got here and I'm actively melting into my chair. Lacey says, a lot of people feel like they're being weird when they go out of their way to feel euphoria at first. It's our mind trying to process a new state of being that we didn't learn was normal. Noel says, after a year of 4 months, still can't figure out if I'm man or woman. Mary says, Akira, good luck with that. UTV says, I can't stop grinning. Raylan Verdius, good girl, pass it on. Good girl. That's a good girl. Oh, good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Yep, that's what GG stands for. It's not just good game. It's good girl. Noel says, I feel butterflies in my stomach when I'm called a good girl. That's such a good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. That's a good girl. 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 Lucy says Carrie's game gets called Good Girl by entire team. Good girl. That's my good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. And for anyone who's like male presenting in chat,
I also have good boy. Good boy. Good boy. So for all my good boys out there, good boy. Good girl. Good girl. For all my girls here, good girl. Good girl. Atta girl. Noah says, I don't feel like a boy, let alone a man. That's okay. That's not really directed at my good girls in chat. It's more directed at the good boys in chat. Or anyone who's watching the VOD. And for any of my non-binary folks who are watching, good little pet. That's a good pet. Being slightly facetious with that one. Knock, knock, knock. That's a good girl. Oh, I've also got another one. That's a good little doll. TP says I'm a puddle, I'm pretty sure. A happy smiling puddle, but a puddle nonetheless. Noel says, I just wish I magically turned into a female. That I could just skip the awkward second puberty that is HRT. Same. Back when I was, like, spiritually searching, I cried out and kind of begged for any deity who would listen and who was able to turn me into a cis girl. That was kind of my existence for 15 years. And then I basically just stopped. Mary says, at Violet, we've got cake. Wait, Nico, did you spell out good girl on this cake with pink icing? So what if I did? It's still true. Tiny Portal says, living doll fixation activated. Mary says, I'm going through that now. Violet says, no, it's almost Pride Month, but I'm not coming out of the closet. Lucy says, time to bake cake for all our good puddles in chat. That's a good little doll. UTP says, sometimes the biggest struggle with trans stuff is accepting nothing is wrong with you. Still dealing with that bit. That and just figuring it out. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong with you. You are perfect, just the way you are. And if you wish to take HRT, you will always be beautiful. Even if you never decide to take HRT for one reason or another, you're still so beautiful. Akira says, Vihan, Pride isn't just 1 month, every month is Pride Month. Pride legacy, baby. Mary says that, Noelle, I'm a trans woman for sure, Noelle. Only you can say whether or not you are. Exactly. No matter what anyone tells you, only you get to decide whether or not you are a woman. Birthday's coming up, Vi. Excellent. Noel says, I can't decide for myself for some reason. Well, would you like me to decide for you? Being slightly facetious, but would you like me to decide for you? Akira says, so stoked. Just 1.5 weeks left. Mary says, determine. More than decide, Nico. Noel says, sure, I think. Okay. Good girl. That is what I have determined. If you decide that that does not fit you, then that's okay. But as long as it makes you happy, good girl. Hey, Bethany. Noel says, I feel my face turn beet red when I hear that. UTP says, hello, Beth. Let's see, what's my favorite meal to make? Mac and cheese. That's my favorite. You cannot be giving up yet, for your tale is not through. The future of our fair kingdom will rely upon you. You cannot afford to fall here, there is much yet to do. Be filled with determination and confront life anew. You were born to change our future, though for good or ill I do not know. But you cannot just dismiss your impact on our lives down below. You can be this kingdom's savior, or just choose to burn it to the ground. And yet none of that will ever happen if you choose to stay down. I'm so glad, Violet. Noel says, also I chose Noel because Christmas was the only time I was safe in the household I grew up in. Holidays just put people in a good mood, I guess, even me. Bessie says, my parents always made me mac and cheese with chili. Nice. UTP says, Cutiefox album 1. When I can actually write my own original songs or sing, you know, really well for the songs that I feel like I can sing. Mary says, I'd love to be experiencing that right now, Fee. It sounds so lovely. Bracing says, you know, one time I actually dreamt of someone transforming me into a 9-tailed female kitsune. It only lasted a week. Noel says, really? I sometimes feel like it's too boyish or it got a cheesy reason behind it. It really is a good name, though. Doing something unholy. Lucy says, I'd love to have dreams like that. I only get really weird dreams that make no sense and vaguely resemble video games. Bethany says, I'm surprised when I checked and your stream was still going. Yeah, I tend to stream for about 4 hours at a go. Noel says, my spirit animal is definitely a fox/kitsune. Grew up shoplifting all the time and playing pranks on people. Wasn't a very good kid, lol. Right, I do believe, though, that I should start thanking my patrons. Since my patrons have been such a big help in getting me to be independent and slightly comfortable. And yes, if you wish to be a patron too, especially like a paid patron, all you have to do is click the Patreon link in the description down below. It'll take you directly to my Patreon page. And now, I will give a huge thanks to all of my patrons. TG Lex, Sungai, Annie Colligan, Phantasm2814, Kestrel, Ghost48, Joanna, Indigo, Swords Are Soft, David Kifa-Lily, Fenrir, Kai, G. Norcross, Skyriz, Cheesy Serenity, Denny Bobani, Banana Busboat, Amy DC, John Prendergast, TGSTGA, Beatrice Violet, Rochelle B. the Partly Normal Limited, Liliana Sokovia, First Last, Volk for N for us Brook HT, Lantern Warrior, Rose, White Wolf Tengu, It's Dylan, Breezy K. Bongwater, Eden, Mick Shepherd, Soleil Lumiere, Artemis Lake, Captain Aardvark 986, Epic Sans 347, Chip 144, Archdemon Chrissy, Noah Collins, Zendrika, L. Brown, Vrazia, The Lombax, Archibald, Blugu, Alice, Kolek 92, Nova the Artist, Sugna 6, Bob Drew, Prophecy Fulfilled, Tarabelle, DFA Plays, Robot Waifu, Bloodmoth, and Chris O'Rourke. Thank you so very much for all of your support in helping me get to where I am now. Your support is so very much appreciated. Thank you. And again, the Patreon link is down in the description down below. My Ko-Fi link is also there as well, in case you want to drop $1 there. And if you are in need of new computer peripherals like headphones, keyboards, or mice, consider checking out the affiliate link in the description. By using the affiliate link, you help out the channel as well, so thank you. And I have to bid you adieu, though it was absolutely wonderful to hang out today. So thank you so very much, and I will see you next time. Stay safe out there. Love you. Bye-bye.